Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Murlocs, Cho'Gall mains, and of course, our Illidan hard carries out there. You're here into HeroesCCL Season 3 Grand Finals. My name is Bahamut, joined by Grubby and Justin for this immaculate matchup between 30k versus Simplicity. And right before we start digging into these rosters, I of course have to check in with both of you to see what your excitement level is. Justin, where are you at? 0 out of 10? Do you have your own made-up scale?
It's a 10 out of 10 for sure. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. All the build up from all the weeks leads up to here today. Now 30k versus Simplicity. Really exciting to see if Simplicity will be the team that can finally topple the mighty 30k that has looked nearly invincible up until this point.
And we'll see if 30k can shut down Simplicity from a hat trick sort of 3 wins in CCL. But of course, Grubby, where are you at with all of this levels of excitement?
Well, it would be truly spectacular and historical to win all 3 for Simplicity here. Definitely a feat to put on the table. 30k has been looking strong. They're from the winner bracket and they have that very deserved 1 map advantage. In fact, if you want to be pedantic, they deserve more. Normally, in a double elimination system, you need to win only 1 best of as the winning team, as you've never lost yet, and you have that right. Whereas the lower bracket team has already lost an entire best of 5. Normally, what would be closer to the win chance for the winner would be a 2-0 lead in the best of 7. But in order to keep the suspense, this is it. Just to kind of preordain, some people are like, why? It's not fair that there's a 1 map deficit for Simplicity. The final should be even. It shouldn't be, because this is a double elimination bracket and Simplicity has already lost the series. So this is good for Simplicity, being only 1 map down. Having talked about the fairness of it all, which is more than fair towards Simplicity, 30k does still have that advantage, and they've earned that, they've deserved it by never having lost the series yet in the playoffs here. After only dropping a single series in the league format, they are our titans, they are the ones that we are looking at to be beat. Can Simplicity do it? It's going to be tough. They showed a strong performance here against Wildheart with their 3-1, but 30k is fresh. They've looked at those games, and they are our most winning team so far this season.
I thank you, Grubby, for breaking all that down, because we at least have the stage set. And me personally, I am ready to start digging into rosters. I am like Bandit when I tell him it's dinner time. He is just literally like running around the house. He's doing just 360 no scopes left and right. Do have to kind of watch out for those. But either way, we got the roster of 30k here, Justin. And could you break down who we got on this 30k side?
We've got Bad Benny, the superstar tank player for the team. We've got Dino, likely the best ranged we've had in the CCL, just having pop-off performances nearly every single game. Hoswabs, the Rock, just always consistent, hitting those Hanzo arrows, hitting the combos with Lunara. We have Liam, the offlaner known for solo killing multiple enemies on the enemy side. Yasu, the Cecil Steer champion of that Lucio, and Nagram, the substitute for the roster. Just a stellar roster of individual superstars across the board for 30k.
And we know who's on the side of Simplicity, so I don't think we have to dive deep into that roster. We have a lot of members that we just quite literally saw up against Wildheart in that lower bracket finals. But here we are getting ready for this best of 7, weighted best of 7, mind you that. And actually, funny enough, like Justin and I actually had like a long, elaborate conversation with Goon and Crushinator this past week about like our thoughts on like weighted best of 7s, reset brackets, like all that kind of stuff. There's so many different ways to do things, but I agree. I think competitively, for the league, for the format, for the double elimination, this works best for just all ends of the all ends. Maybe Simplicity might not be the happiest, but still, either way, let's go ahead and find out where we're going to go to, because I'm itching to get into this series. I want to start out on these maps. I want to start out and get into drafts, but of course we have to break things down for all of you at home. The home team, or I guess the higher seeded team, 30k, have one coin flip, opting for first pick priority, banning out Volskaya Foundry. Simplicity bans out Battlefield of Eternity, and Simplicity will choose to take us to Alterac Pass for map number 1 in this series. Stats for all of you at home: Alterac Pass for 30k, they have a 3-2 record, and if we look over at the side of Simplicity for Alterac Pass, as they did lose to Wildheart, their updated map record is 5-2 on this map, but still, a lot of information, Justin, is available to 30k leading into this, beyond just seeing Alterac Pass played against Wildheart, they also have a lot of VODs to go through and prep into the side of Simplicity. And of course, as a previous pro player, with all the knowledge you have, what kind of, like, how do you prep for this? Because we were listening to Fancy Pants in that last interview talking about how they prep so much for Wildheart. How do you prep for a team? Is it group up, sit in a Discord call and watch VODs? Is it going through the replays? Like, how do you kind of lead sort of a replay night, I guess, for your team, so we can kind of get some insight as to how these teams maybe prep for each other?
So a lot of teams do things differently, kind of depends on the team. One thing that you normally do is you'll first sort of just flesh out what your team's strategy is, your general strategy, but then you'll take a look at what maps the enemy team likes, what they've played on those maps, so you'll keep track of all their drafts and then their draft tendencies more recently, and kind of compare where your strengths as a team lie versus their strengths as a team, and that kind of determines your bans, what maps you want to pick, and there's even thought process going into when you want to pick a certain map. So so taking this map for simplicity, it might even be something where, oh well, 30K has picked this map a lot of times. They might not be comfortable having it picked against them. They might not actually be comfortable drafting from first pick. And there's some kind of back and forth with that can happen, where there's a lot of intricacies in how you prep. They may have 30K might not have prep first pick on a map that they're expecting to be the team picking. They might have only prepped second pick. So there's even small things like that come into it. Doesn't seem like that's the case so far, as 30K is just blasting through this draft.
And before I let Grubby, I want to get Grubby's thoughts here as well, but really, really quickly, Justin, is there any sort of, and I've always wondered about this, is there any play style into drafting quickly into the enemy so that they, their timer starts again and they don't have time to discuss and talk? Is there any sort of, like, nuance to that?
Yeah, if you know for sure what you want, then it's definitely good to do that. Typically, the only exception to that is when you're banning. When you're banning, you typically do want to take the full amount of time, unless you're positive you know what you want. So right here, if 30K is 100% sure what they want to ban immediately, it would be good to immediately throw it back to them so that they have less time to sort of react to what it is and think about it.
Okay.
But in general, yeah, if you know for sure what your strategy is, it is good to just snap ban. Not only does it limit the amount of time the enemy team has to think and prep, but it also is a little bit intimidating when the enemy team just instantly locks their picks with no time left to think. It does definitely throw you off a bit if you're not quite as prepared.
No, thank you. Yeah, please.
Have you ever had a situation where you try to apply that mental pressure to a team as a pro team, and then you were like, "Oops, wrong pick"?
Yeah, there's probably been a time here or there where that's the case. Usually, if you're not completely sure, though, it is best to just take the full time, and it depends what pick. Like what order of pick it is too, because you want to just always leave them with the least amount of time to prepare while you have the most amount of time.
Okay. Well, of course, Grubby, you've been sitting and kind of analyzing the draft so far, and I want to get your thoughts as well as to what's evolving on Alterac Pass draft.
Yeah, we see Simplicity sticking with their Rhaegar and Tyrael picks that availed themselves so well in that lower bracket final, so no complaints there. But we're seeing a different team against them, with the Anubarak steal away from Masquerade, very map-specific pick. And then we see the Hazu Hogger, the Hazu Hanzo, who had great scatters and arrows just last weekend. So we know we're in for a treat with that one. And the Liam Hogger, one of the best Hoggers in the league. He's going to be coming out. We didn't see him at all, I believe, in the lower bracket finals. So 30K is bringing some different strands to the table. So excited for this one. I don't know who is going to win this one for sure.
It's really exciting stuff. We get a Rexar. It's going to hyper carry Vala. But of course, Justin, I know you see through the draft. You know the answer. You've already read the script. What's going to happen here on Alterac Pass?
So Mene is going to use Misha to look for a stun, and Yasu is going to cleanse it with his high five and boop the bear out of the way, and nothing's going to happen. Then Dino's going to hit a huge silence arrow to interrupt the Sanct, and they're going to run Simplicity down with the Lucio speed. 30K's comp is looking pretty scary. They got probably everything that they could have wanted, and that's noted in how fast they locked in. Simplicity playing a style that we haven't really seen from them yet, which is a bit concerning. We've mostly seen them play either these really defensive comps with things like the Falstad, the Leoric, the Tyrael, which they do have, or we've seen them run these long-range poke compositions with the Hanzo, the Chromie, the Zag. They don't really have this. They have a hypercarry Vala comp it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Unaverted to perform, and 30K has a lot of tools to deal with it.
Well, we'll see if they can come through and be able to do exactly that, Justin, and we'll see you after the game, because on the side of Vandar Stormpike, we have loaded on into our first map in our grand finals here. 30K in the blue, Yasu on the Lucio, Liam on the Hogger, Bad Benny on the Anubarak, Hazuab's on the Hanzo, Dino on the Sylvanas. On the side of Drekthar in the red, Simplicity, Legacy on the Rhaegar, Unaverted on the Vala, Mene on the Rexar, Misha to play Misha, Pants on the Blaze, and Masquerade on the Tyrael. As we immediately jump into bottom lane, we are going to be seeing some initial siege down here from the Sylvanas and Anubarak, but it's not going to yield more than what? 15 or so % on said front gate. Actually, Anubarak goes in onto Masquerade mid, but as we have this kind of back and forth here, Grubby, do want to get your thoughts. I'm looking at a 30K win. I think they've got the tools to be able to do so, and 17.3, excuse me.
17.3% damage on the tower. I just had to go calculate that, but you're
you.
believing in 30K, yeah, for this one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one as well. It's certainly interesting to see Mene on Rexar. I didn't know he had it in him. I mean, I keep kind of being surprised by this this veteran player here that used to be known just for his mages, and he's been kind of pivoting into picks like Tychus, Hanzo sometimes. We didn't see auto attackers all that much from him, different time, different meta, way back when he was competing in the HCC and so forth. And now Rexar, that's certainly modern. Let's see how he gets on with that. But, I mean, Simplicity, you can never count them out. I'm never going to be confident that anyone is going to win a map against them, no matter the draft.
Yeah.
But I do think 30K's got a great setup for it. And now they've got 100% of that tower down.
I absolutely... Sorry, I don't know why that caught me off guard. Hey, Grubby, out of curiosity, how much health on that bottom tower right there? Just, you know, I know you.
You're curious, right? Like,
I am very curious.
It keeps taking damage. The percentages keep changing, and the final result is it currently has 43.2% damage.
Okay,
that's really interesting.
Okay, very. I mean, hey, this is what everyone in HeroesCCL wants from us, these riveting stats and numbers. But either way, I do agree with you. Like, it is. I don't count Simplicity out by any means, but it is 30K, and it is Yasu on Lucio. You've got Bad Benny on Anubarak, and Liam is on his Hogger. He actually he was in one of the top clips that Justin and I had in the pre-show, albeit Hogger did no control under a keep and die, but that was kind of the beginning of the end for the enemy team, because Liam bought a lot of time for the cavalry to come through, for his team to continue to siege onto the keep, so there was some space created with his sacrifice. As we get into our first objective phase, it is going to be the cavalry camp or the jailer locations on the top of the map. First objective phase needing 30 seconds of channel time, second needing 40, third and onward needing 50 seconds of channel time. But that's going to be up in 10 seconds. Null packs are going to be prioritized once again. You already see Liam on the left grabbing his, respectively, and Pants on the right doing the same thing on this Blaze. Yasu able to boostio away on the Lucio.
Yeah, way too fast to be caught out there, even dodging the multi-shot. Meanwhile, Hogger is taking out the Null pack, enlisting their aid. The Null packs have been fairly effective so far. Mm-hmm. Mid tower almost dead for 30K here, and on the other side there's also tower extremely hurt. It feels like a very high tempo game in terms of progress. Not one of those Null pack versus Null pack completely ignored value because they cancel each other out. It's been high damage, kind of the draft that we have here as well. With Anubarak, you're always going to be having an explosive game because he's the burst champion. There's already a little bit of a Bad Benny channel, just shaving off seconds here, you know?
5 seconds off that 30 seconds overall, and that's going to be helped by the Beatles summoned by Anubarak. Null pack in mid lane, funny enough, being pushed up by a Null of their own in Hogger, as we do have a staggering blow to knock back Legacy and Unaverted, but it seems like this pack will be cleared out. It was pretty low already from the little scuffle through the mid area, and you can see Bad Benny going for the channel. Masquerade should be able to interrupt. Meanwhile, in top lane, Pants going to try and back away. He should be able to do so. Those Beatles on the far side of the fort are giving, a little bit of vision to Bad Benny, but he's not going to be too aggressive. He may have the zoomies at level 4, but it's still not going to be enough, as Vala should be able to get a multi-shot. Oh my god, actually, more seconds to be shaved off. Really good. It's, well, seconds, I say. It's a literal second that's shaved off. Maybe some point something in there, but we can't see that just yet. As Sylvanas will grab more experience in bottom lane, I do like Grubby, how much pressure Bad Benny, on his own almost, is putting into the side of Simplicity, allowing Dino, Liam, even Hazuabs to be able to find pressure through camps, bottom lane, and top.
It's ridiculous. Bad Benny takes 1 second, right? Like, cool, boohoo, hey, 1 second.
Yeah.
But what happens in the meantime? Simplicity responds with 4 people to stop the channel, and Sylvanas gets the bottom tower. 30k's all over the place. This feels like a 10 versus 5. They're constantly using their Sylvanas split pressure, Lucio's speed, and Nubarak's objective pressure to beat top and then bot. Top and then bot. It's hard to anticipate where they are. And when they clear mid wave, it denies scouting vision to Simplicity. It's really interesting how fast-paced 30k is playing this.
That is a really good point, Grubby, because the amount of speed at which 30k is rotating through lanes and kind of being everywhere and anywhere is quite terrifying, and I think there's a very good understanding on the 30k side of how long it takes to re-engage, get out of lane, get back into an engagement. And actually, I'm seeing Dino. He catches one wave in bottom, immediately rotates to the objective. There's a Rexar response. Rhaegar might have shown, and with that, Grubby, we are going to be seeing First Blood. That was pretty on point. Oh, we did it! And that's going to be another kill! We're winning! Oh, anyway, sorry. I'm so proud of that because production literally said that was perfect. So there we go. GG's, we did it. Season 3 in the books. I guess we have a best of 7 to cast, but that doesn't matter.
30k's on the ball, we're on the ball, Twitch chat is on the ball, the mods are on the ball, everyone's on the ball, and we're having a ball. The first objective is rolling out here. 30k is summoning the generals. Vandar Stormpike has sent the cavalry, and they're coming here right now, never depreciating in their health, going all the way to the lane and giving movement speed, spell power, and bonus attack damage in their aura, and chunking quite nicely by themselves as well. Let's see what 30k can get out of it.
Can we take a peek into the bottom lane? Thank you. I was looking at the Misha Rexar positioning. It kind of seemed like Mene was positioning the Misha to get a flank into Dino, but Yasu's already down here, and he and Dino are trying to put some pressure onto this fort, but Rexar, as well as Misha and Rhaegar, are doing a great job of denying some of this pressure. But here comes Bad Benny and a massive flank. Can he find anything here? Sylvanas does lock down the tower. She can lock it down for a few more seconds. Boar's unleashed. High fives out from Lucio. Fort may not fall in bottom lane, but this is actually a lot of value, Grubby, because you had talked on Tomb of the Spider Queen in our previous series of Wildheart versus Simplicity about value during first objective. I feel like this is more than we typically see with the first cavalry.
Yep, 100% agree. I think you're right. This is far more than half a fort, 90% of bottom fort, 80% of top fort, and the mid wall gone. Is doing a fantastic job, and a large part of that is that kill that they got. Let's take a look at that again as both teams are splitting away from each other and sharing bosses. We've got a replay right here for you.
So we take a look at this right now. We have Unaverted sitting in the bush trying to poke, and that poke is actually his demise. Yasu sees the poke attempt, and he's like, ooh, time for a kill. A great arrow from Hazuab's locks Masquerade in place, not allowing him to get the Eldruin's Might out. And so it was just really well layered CC and shot calling, as well as just that critical engagement moment, not even delaying or even taking a second to think about what they want to do. It was rip the arrow, push into the Vala. I love exactly how 30k executed in that moment.
Yeah, and now you can see how Hogger is being used. Not with that Hortapult anymore when he was new to the game, but now with more and more Shockwave in order to coordinate pickoffs, even on the front line. In the past, you would spin through like a ping pong ball. You would spin over the field, trying to go through as many people as possible with your Hog Wild in order to debuff, in order to damage, and so on and so forth. These days, he plays a more front-to-back approach, trying to kill front lines. The layers of crowd control that are here between Wailing Arrow, Dragon Arrow, and of course, all of Anubarak's stuff, together with Shockwave, can even take down a full health Tyrael. Fantastic job, 30k. Now, Simplicity, they've been up against it. They're down 2 forwards. They're down a level. They don't want to be down a talent before things are being decided here. So they go in hard on the objective. They're trying to get what damage they can on Hager. But even now, they have to deal with the mid-sappers, with the null pack. There's always something going on. Big CC chain here on Tyrael. He gets blown to bits before he can do anything. His sanctification was interrupted.
And there was a cocoon onto the Rhaegar, so no Ancestor healing was available. Multi-shot's going to be a little late from Unaverted. Bad Benny has all those Beetle boys. He's also got the Burning Lads, the Mad Lads as some of us like to call them, with that level 13 talent for just extra damage, and this allows Bad Benny to do exactly what you're seeing. He can solo the objective with Tyrael down for the next 5 seconds, letting Sylvanas Hanzo siege in through mid, and funny enough, usually when we look at positioning for objective phases and stuff like this, it's typically the tank who's anchoring forward. Look at Yasuo's positioning right now. If we could just like move our camera down a little bit here, Yasuo's positioned forward as the defensive tool, which I love because Yasuo has, well, I mean, even Justin alluded to it, he is the Cecil Steer of CCL, and this Lucio positioning, he knows that he's not going to be threatened. He's got push-off, he's got tools, he's got high five, and I just like how he was able to set up, because if anyone on the side of Simplicity steps forward, he's got a sound wave to push into them, he's got the push-off to slow them. I'm looking to see he did not go heavy casters for the stun, as we have seen some of the, like BBJ, for example, playing that from time to time. But either way, I just think it was a little cool note for Yasuo right there, as we have 16 to 15 in levels, and Cavalry, once again, second of the game, coming through for 30k. Maybe, do we listen in on 30k and see how they push here, Grubby?
Yep, let's do it, Bahamut. Let's go.
In we go.
Oh.
Never mind. We're not going to. That was perfectly timed. I was just about to move production into their comms, but we got them back in here, so we will be able to see what's going to happen really quickly. We have a pause from one of the players, and we'll take stock of everything. It looks like it was a mini DC, as we will have the R from the team that called the pause immediately, ready from the side of 30k. And at this point, Grubby, should we still jump into 30k comms once we get back into the game?
Yeah, when we come back in,
Yep.
Let's see, because the objective is about to arrive, and I do think we're continuing. Let's hear it from 30k.
No, Rexar's matching.
Yeah, he's on.
I see Rhaegar in mid, so it might be in mid if he buys. I arrow now. Okay.
Nice try, nice try.
Disabling the wire.
Yeah.
There's 3 here now. No Q yet.
Just sieging bottom. We get the wall.
Yeah, that's the wall.
I got the wall bottom.
Don't do too much here.
Cover this way.
Yeah, I'm
They're
out.
going
I'm out. I'm doing camp then. Are we okay?
What's the
Without
start in 90 seconds?
You guys need to be careful. I'm not there.
I can get us out.
Okay, maybe.
I don't wanna be a bit aggro.
I'm not with you though.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't think they can.
I mean, we can just play for next boss spawn, right? Timer.
Yeah.
We are a bit ahead, yeah. Arrow 30 seconds, so we need to wait for that. They might run at Benny. They have Omega
It's
Purge.
fine, it's fine. It's
It doesn't do anything.
fine. As long
You can look for the Rexstar bot side meanwhile.
Yeah, or but.
Just
Top boss in 1 minute.
I'm unkillable.
Blaze is showing top. Maybe we can call
sorry,
it
yeah,
with no
no.
Blaze.
No.
Benny's they might go on you, Benny. They're gonna go. We need help, Benny. We need help, Benny.
Yeah.
Help Benny. Help Benny. Help Benny. Help Benny.
And re-engage in case.
I feel for you.
I start the mission now.
keep
I use my ult. I don't want to fight them if possible.
I can't.
Can we run? Can we run? Can we run?
I'm
Yeah,
out.
we could.
Yeah, it's good. It's huge. Top boss is up in 30 seconds. Bottom wave is kind of shoved.
We don't look for camp or boss until we have this.
Careful. They
If
use
they split
boars.
now, can we kill maybe?
Rexar showing bottom. Maybe we can look.
I
somewhere.
think...
I think we got top one, or Blaze.
I think we
I'm
sneak
running a
boss
Blaze.
now.
Wait,
Running a
he's
bit.
kinda-
He's kind of
Yeah,
It's a blaze, but maybe.
maybe we get his bunker.
can block his ear.
Yeah, good. They're coming now. They're coming now.
Yeah, we run now.
4 here.
Nice.
Boss
No bunker.
Maybe.
While we all jump back into our caster comms here, it was actually hard for me to leave those comms because we were getting so much cool information. And so one of the things that I want to break down is who's saying what. Liam almost is kind of, he's giving all the proxy information, Grubby. He's giving boss timers, camp timers, and wave and how the waves are looking. Bad Benny's kind of giving the positional lead, and then you hear Hazoobs in the background every so often. My arrow's on 30. Can we look for a kill here? So there's almost like everyone has their own job, but they're also communicating within their own roles as well, which I think is such a fantastic thing to hear from the side of 30k when we compare all the other comms that we've heard throughout CCL.
Yeah, exactly. It sounded like a really well-oiled team, and it allows them to create space where other teams maybe sometimes don't see it. Just like this heist here, successfully performed by 30k. Nubrok, I swear to God, Bad Benny on the minimap, he was all by himself pushing mid.
Yeah.
It looked just like Storm League, where any hero, any role could just be doing half-cocked things by themselves. And I do think, no, Lucio's not that. Arrow comes in. He was pushing that mid key by himself, and it looks silly, but it comes from a place of intelligence, not just randomly doing stuff like visioning Savannah split push in Storm League. And then Sylvanas joins. They just get a full HP keep because they know Simplicity is doing a go for broke kind of play on the boss. And now again, go for broke kind of play on the objective. Rhaegar gets absolutely dumpstered by Dino. 30k is vibing hard. Great plays here, great synergy. That's pushing every lane.
There's going to be a no control from Liam, and he is out of control, finding the kill into Vala. Meanwhile, on the backline, that's going to be Rexar feigning death, and he should be coming. Well, no, he's not going to be coming back to life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pentakill to the side of 30k. They ace the members of Simplicity. Drekthar is doing his best to spin to win, but with 5 members dead on the Simplicity roster, 30k move forward. Bolt of the Storm from Dino to close the distance, and ladies and gentlemen, map number 1, we'll be going over to the side of 30k. That seriously, that last team fight, that was what I expected from 30k today. Like, that is the 30k that I was expecting to see. I'm not counting Simplicity out of the series by any means. Yes, it was an 8-0 game, but still, Simplicity had some shining moments. I do think that they can bring this back, but it is very, very almost avalanche-like from the side of 30k. When they find a singular moment, Justing, they just completely shut down Simplicity with that chase under Rhaegar, and then it was all disaster after that. But I'm sure you've got a lot more to break down for Alterac Pass.
Yeah, 30k is absolutely nuts. Typically the early game, there isn't too much to talk about as it's fairly slow typically. You don't see a ton of, game-changing events take place. 30k uses every single advantage they have basically perfectly. In the early game, you have Dino, who is just shown to be such an intelligent player. In the early game, he sieged bot wall, he sieged mid wall, he sieged top wall. Before 4 minutes into the game, he's getting chip damage on every single wall of the enemy team. And that's very good, especially when you combo that later on with an objective that is going to be sieging in all 3 lanes. It gives you a lot of just already advantage before the objective so that your objective can get even more value. At level 20 to 18 here, before this fight where 30k just completely wipes them, the no control from Hogger was huge. The combo onto the Rhaegar before he can even Ancestral himself was huge. Just everyone kind of just collapsing on them and pinching them in when Simplicity is getting a little bit desperate here, down level 20s. It was 3-0 in kills at one point, right before that fight, and 30k had gotten a 2-level lead, they had gotten 3 forts, 1 keep, and during that fight, the bottom keep also fell for Simplicity. So somehow, just through proper macro, just through manipulating the map perfectly, with only 3 kills, 30k gets that much. That's kind of insane to have 3 kills lead to every single structure besides 1 keep and a 2-level lead. Like, that's just ridiculous. And it's so cool to see a team just this intelligent playing as a team where we listen to their comms too, every single player, they're all constantly thinking about everything. There isn't one shot caller kind of directing them all, telling them all what to do, and everyone's kind of running on autopilot. It's 5 members who all could shot call, and to some extent they all do, but they don't need to. They're just all feeding information. They're all constantly hungry for kills, hungry for siege damage. They're always just active individually. And it's really cool to see. 30k is, at least in this first game, is just a different beast.
It is a terrifying monster that is 30k. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, looking at that last game, 8-0 in kills and just Dino everywhere and anywhere. I even struggle to say who's the MVP because like Dino had super good moments throughout bottom lane. His macro is fantastic. Liam's shot calling when it comes to the macro end of things, as I mentioned in the game, and his ability to be like, I'm gonna get Hogger Camp off a cooldown, etc. Like, it's just there's so many little things that I I can shout out, but like I kind of feel like it was a little bit of the Bad Benny show. Like getting Keep in mid, like his Anubrak play is like something to be desired. Like I wish I was that good as an Anubrak, because that was such a phenomenal map number 1 for the side of 30K. And as a reminder, you may say, Bahamut, it says 2-0, and we just said map 1. It's a best of 7 series that is weighted. I'm going to do my best to remind everyone at home, because 30K made it through the upper bracket without dropping a series or dropping down to the lower bracket. As the reward, they move into the grand finals with a map score of +1. So 30K has to win 3 maps in total to take season 3 of HeroesCCL, whereas Simplicity, well, they still need 4 maps, and we can go ahead and find out what is our second map in this best of 7 series, as it is going to be 30K choosing to take us to Sky Temple, as the members of Simplicity have opted in for first pick priority as the losing team. And of course, as always, Sky Temple records for these teams: 30K sit 2-0, no losses. The members of Simplicity, unless I mistyped a map, have never played this map in HeroesCCL Season 3, period. Yeah, Grubby. Wow, indeed.
It's a fairly frequently banned map, and often not liked map by the team that perceives themselves to be better, because it's considered a bit of a strategical macro map, in where the map kind of kicks your behind, where it doesn't necessarily come down to team fight. Comebacks can be difficult, so usually the better team wants to be allowed to be making a mistake and then be able to engineer a comeback. It can be tough here. So not always the favorite map for people to go to, but 30K is taking them here, because the thing goes both ways, right? Like, it may not be your favorite, but it may definitely not be your opponent's favorite. And that might be what 30K is doing here. Plus, like you said, they got that 2-0 record. What does the scouter say about their power level? 200% win rate for now.
It's over 200. That was a good one. That was a good one, Grubby. I was just thinking about rewatching Dragon Ball Z recently. Maybe I'll do that in the off time. But Justing, of course, we gotta get your thoughts on the Sky Temple matchup. Do you have anything that, like, I just want to throw it over to Justin. Do you have anything that you want to discuss about this map, or even just the matchup getting into map number 2?
Yeah, so what Grubby touched on is definitely the main dynamic of this map, and why a lot of players don't like it to play it if you think that you are the better team, is that once you get ahead, since you're always trading objectives, the best thing to do is typically to just continue trading objectives once you have a fort advantage, because if everyone continues trading shots, you'll just end up winning eventually. So that's kind of the main reason why the superior team, if you think that is you, might not want it, because you don't get as many opportunities to push your advantage. It's sort of just get an advantage early and then maintain it, and then maintaining that is the hard part. The one thing that is kind of fun though, if you are behind on this map, is the boss is quite strong. The tornadoes are quite annoying that it spawns, so you can kind of just run it down bottom. I may have accidentally mentally prepped Mene for this map yesterday in Storm League, because they were winning the entire game and then we just ran it down bottom and won the game. So there's definitely the opportunity to do that if you do fall behind. But typically once you're in control, as long as you don't give the boss away, you can maintain any early game advantages throughout the game from trading shots. So, trading shots, macro, micro, what's the priority overall? Like, we already see a false dead ban. Do we go into the Dahak? Ooh, that's
wow, that's an early Tracer. It's like them saying the main counter to Tracer is Diablo with the Shadow Charge, perhaps, and then we take them together. And it's also saying we're not as afraid of a tank like Johanna in taking down Tracer.
Okay.
Still, there seem to be plenty of tools to deal with her. You can go Brightwing with Polymorph, which can be quite nice to take her down. You would need to relegate Johanna to the off lane, and Varian is another big counter to her, and especially Varian Brightwing. Like, Polymorph and Taunt is like a brainless, easy way to take down Tracer, and that's kind of what you need against a player of Dino's skill level. Now, that Tracer forced that Varian and Brightwing. So if 30K has been thinking in layers here, they would now expand their draft in a direction where they have AoE control and the need for Simplicity to have AoE control, because Varian doesn't have AoE control. They may try to go one-on-one into Tracer, but then if there's like some other threats coming out, Varian can't deal with many threats. Johanna will help a bit, but 30K may have had a plan for this, because they must know that this was a possibility counter draft.
It's almost like an onion. You peel back one layer, there's another. You just keep peeling back layers and finding new and, more nuanced things as well. But of course, I know Mockery in chat's laughing at the idea of, ha ha ha, Variant doesn't counter Tracer. I know he said that a lot in the past, but either way, never actually asked him exactly how it doesn't, and maybe I need to watch the stream and figure that out exactly. But I'm sure, Justin, you've got a lot to break down because there is so much already happening in the Sky Temple draft.
Yeah, it's interesting because while Tracer should be the main focus for the Brightwing and the Varian, and those are good counters into it, it'll be interesting to see what 30k picks as their last pick. The Tracer is going to be kind of distracting for. You'd expect it to be some kind of hyper carry that, if all the focus is on Tracer, that pick can do a lot of damage. And it is interesting too that they banned the Greymane, which leaves Tychus available, so I wasn't sure if they wanted to take that Tychus and have that be that other ranged, because without the Tychus, very hard to kill the Diablo, or it would have been. But at the same time, you don't really want to pick that Tychus into the Varian if you are 30k, because he's not the best at killing Varian either. So a little bit of an awkward situation here actually for 30k, where Simplicity coming out a bit on top, I'd say, in how that draft progressed. I think that 30k might have been kind of calling a bluff that the Johanna's not flexible for Simplicity. I think they may have expected that Masquerade would be just playing that Johanna, and they might not have anticipated the flex to the offlane and having the Varian come out as the main tank. So I think they may have been slightly caught off guard. The Jaina does come out, which is very strange. It is sort of an old school counter to the Johanna. Johanna, historically, not a big fan of playing into the permanent slows from the Jaina. Just constantly being... like, she doesn't have the same type of threat that a lot of tanks have. And she sort of just walks at you slowly outside of her falling sword. So you can make her walk at you even slower and kind of just feel fairly safe on that Jaina up against the Johanna. So it's going to be interesting that Jaina is what they've chose to go with as sort of their hyper carry, that the Dino and Tracer will most likely be just distracting for. 30k definitely happy to get a Blaze that late in the draft though, and if the bunkers and the pulls from Anduin are used well, they should be able to negate the very one-shot heavy style coming out from Simplicity. My main concern with Simplicity's comp is while picking up the Li Ming for Mene, they don't necessarily have the greatest siege on this map. They don't have the best wave clear. They have Johanna offlane, which is okay. Varian and Brightwing won't really provide much of any wave clear. Tychus can go into the grenade build, which will be a little bit of wave clear, but still not nearly as much as just the Jaina alone can kind of put out on the side of 30k. So really interesting pick with that Jaina last pick. At level 20, the upgrade is super strong with the Water Elemental, but we'll have to see if Jaina can make it work here in the finals.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Thank you, as always, Justin, for the analysis and the breakdown as we are into map number 2 in our grand finals here on HeroesCCL. We got Tracer, played by Dino, Hazuab's on the Jaina, Bad Benny on the Diablo, Yasuab's, dang it. Almost made it through the day. Yasu on the Anduin and Liam on the Blaze. Over on the Simplicity side, trying to put one up on the board through Sky Temple, Legacy on the Brightwing, Pants on the Johanna, Masquerade to play the Varian, Mene on the Li Ming, and Unaverted on the Tychus. Do want to note that Masquerade is holding his level 1. We are going to get Twin Blades totally here as Tracer steps into the bush, gets immediately forced to use all of her Blink charge. It's going to be the parry at level 1, the Overpower. This actually synergizes really well into Tracer. Since you get cooldown reduction, you can just let her sit there and just auto attack into your W or your parry. But I gotta give my thoughts really quickly here on the draft. I like what 30k put together. Sustained Chase is amplified by the Jaina for the Tracer. I think Bad Benny's Diablo is fantastic. Anduin could get some decent roots here. I'm leaning into a 30k win. I do see the opportunities for Simplicity around the team fights. Mene Li Ming could really pop off and get a bunch of resets, but Justin was talking about Water Elemental. I want to go all the way back in time and just see Apocalypse plus Ring of Frost. That's totally it. But I mean, Justin actually made a really good point, Grubby, about the Winter Mute at level 20, where your Water Elemental then also has the basic abilities of the Cone of Cold and the Ice Lance. But of course, Grubby, what are your thoughts on these drafts as we're already kicking off into rotations for camps and some little bit of lane pressure here and there?
I'm just excited to see Jaina versus Ming, two heroes we don't see as much anymore, especially Jaina. And I'm a little surprised by Jaina's opening talent build, going in with that Globe talent. I thought Lingering Chill was the one to pick, and perhaps in Storm League it is. Then you can go for the Arcane Intellect at level 4, practically infinite mana. Not needing to pick Globes is making it a lot safer to be able to not need to go into the lane. But that's a Stormly consideration. Here, his tank is going to pick up those globes for him, and it's because he wants to go with Frostbolt at 4 and 7. You can get Frostbolt at 1 as well, which gives you, I believe, that bonus range.
Yeah.
The problem is you will never have enough mana. So you need 1 mana talent, either the level 1 or 4, not both. And so he goes with that. I'm excited to see that. I think I agree with you. 30k's got a legit draft. Would never have predicted Jaina, but Justin's right. You never want to hit Unstoppable on Johanna just for the slow. And that Jaina slow is always there. So if you get in trouble, you do need to hit it for a slow, which is a really soft way to proc the Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Then you can use your real CC to take down Johanna after that.
Look at Dino again. Look what Dino's doing. Once again, there's hard siege to the top lane from Simplicity. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Dino shows Siege Giant sieging in, gets 1 tower, gonna get the fort front gate, and 50% of this tower as well. Maybe a little bit less than that, but still, I'm no mathematician. I'm just supposed to be here talking about the video game. As we do have this back and forth, I do want to note as well, we have Anduin going into the Piercing Light at level 4, which will raise his spell power by 1% per, up to 10, per Chastise that goes through too, and he actually just lands another one right there. Masquerade on Averted Legacy, they're kind of lining up for these, and that's great for Yasuo, because spell power not only amplifies damage, but it also amplifies your healing output. So right now, Yasuo's got 2% extra spell power, so he'll be healing for a little more, 2% more. Speaking of the Jaina, you had mentioned the level 1, as she's going to have 10 stacks on that as ready. Liam's actually going to Jepper Potion into Unaverted. I thought he was going to try and back away, but the fight's in. Legacy phase shifts onto Unaverted to be able to back away. Masquerade chasing in, does have the slow from his Lion's Fang. Leap of Faith Force. We do have shots raining in from the top lane into the 30k side. Meanwhile, Bad Benny picking up souls through mid, as he is this Shadow Charge aggressive auto attack. He's like the auto attack Diablo right now, because I think Feast on Fear is the one where you want to land your Shadow Charges at level 1. This is going to be your Devil's Due, which is going to increase your regeneration effects from globes and healing fountains by 2.25% per soul. So at 100 souls, Grubby, what's that math come out to?
Yeah, that's going to be 300.75. 375% extra, 307.5% extra healing, like total.
Yeah.
Something.
That's a lot.
More than 3 times as much, basically, as you would normally get from a globe. So, like a globe normally gives you like what 15%. So it's going to be like his half of his health bar.
That is insane, and the sustainability for Bad Benny could rise quite quickly, but it's 77 souls right now. Masquerade is kind of actually isolated. He should... Oh, wait, that overpower might have given the repositioning he needed to back away, but the phase shift from Brightwing will be coming through. Jaina dropping damage in. Hazoab's low on mana. We have a taunt onto Blaze. Leap of Faith once again. Bad Benny comes in for the Shadow Charge, but did Bad Benny go in a little too deep? As I mentioned, 87 souls, so he's going to have full death timer, 20 seconds on that. Hazoab's getting pinged. The assumption is probably by Mene or the rest, as he's going to try and sidestep some of the damage. Unaverted dashes forward, but Hazoab's will be able to live. 9's up on both sides, and first blood in favor for the side of Simplicity.
Yeah, nice job. Was not clear that it was going to go that way. Good job by Simplicity biting back. They already half down top forward. Lost 70% of their mid forward. Now with the first blood. Small experience lead. So far, they're doing it. They're doing it, Bahamut.
It's going to be Simplicity hitting 10 talent here first, which is going to be huge for them. Maybe they can make some big plays with this. And speaking of plays, maybe we jump into Simplicity comms and hear how they're getting along for map number 2, Sky Temple.
Let's go.
And we go to Simplicity.
Yeah.
Kind of Jaina.
I think just start rotating.
Never mind. Okay. Use LM.
I'll catch
I can get the mid wave. Unless you want to get it, I go bottom.
No, yeah, you go bottom.
Yeah, nice.
Tracer's cutting your rotate.
Yeah. It's whatever.
I have Z. You just play
Wait for
bottom.
Joe.
They didn't give their hearts. Yeah, Tracer's top. You can get anything.
I'm gonna play mid here.
Okay, they just did hearts. Yeah, we should get free shots.
Yeah, full mid.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. No bomb.
Spell shield. Oh.
Nope.
Alright, let's play safe bottom.
Like bottom, yeah.
I have Z. They're
We
looking
can
to
look
just
for
take
mid
mid.
as well. Yeah.
That's fine. We'll come
stay
in once
here.
I get under.
We have to get to top eventually. Maybe
No,
look at
no,
Tracer.
no, we do not need to go
Oh,
top.
oh,
Damage.
Blessed. Going.
Backing up, backing up. I voted.
Backline maybe?
I want to push after this.
Okay, I need to get the top
Slow
wave.
play it.
Yeah.
Bot's
They're
gone.
the top.
Just help me push. 3. Varian, come up. Fuck the wave,
Yeah.
come up.
I poly him.
I need a CC.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
babysit me
I
for 2
can
more
look Gen
seconds.
maybe?
We just
Okay.
want to finish the wall and leave.
Alright, we got it.
Top.
Great.
Blaze coming from top.
Yeah, chill.
Cleanse 50.
Button.
Missing?
one was in this bush.
Alright,
13.
Coming mid.
we're cowards. Back up.
Our camp 15.
Yeah. We're just
They're
chilling.
coming this way.
There's up to 8.
Don't start it. We need time for fancy.
I need to be on the flank this time to follow
And people
by the
bots.
way.
F-top
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. I'm gonna grab
Just wait,
I.
just wait.
All but, all but.
Can I grab I, or do you want me to be there fifth?
I don't think it
No,
matters.
come.
There.
I can go, I can go,
We can be here. Come here.
go.
On the way,
I
on the
can go.
Tracer. Help him.
I wave them.
We win this.
I'm trading.
I link for blast.
I
Go back.
volley
out of this. Blast.
Volley Tracer. No trade.
13.
Yeah. Can go Yasu.
Never slow?
Yeah.
I'm slow. Yeah. I'm slow after this. No for
Hey,
it.
boss.
Okay. I'll come back.
Okay, can we bus? Oh,
Yeah.
Let's go for it. Okay.
Yeah, they're siege first.
We're not going for bus line.
I don't-
Just
I
go
don't
for mid,
have mana.
and
Yeah,
then... Yeah, that's fine.
A stronger simplicity as we jump out of those comms. Wanted to stay in there for a little bit longer than normal just because there was a lot to kind of break down in here, even in the engagements or how simplicity is playing this map, Grubby. So much cool information we just heard.
Yeah, we would have never known that they considered boss and then decided to just go to their lane instead. Sometimes they want to F the wave, other times they want to get the wave. This was one of those moments. It was an F the boss kind of moment. To get the siege camp, they had a chance to get another fight with 30k that was looking for a cancellation price siege giant camp. So it made a lot of sense in terms of the odds. Now, another fight going in here. Varian completely unperturbed by Diablo's engage attempt. In comes Blessed Shield. Light Bomb will keep Bad Bunny alive a little bit more. There must not be a leap of faith. I'm looking at the cooldown. It is available. Maybe it just came off availability, or he decided it wasn't worth it.
That's weird. I mean, Diablo just lost his souls for all of that. Blaze goes into bottom lane. There's a siege giant camp for the side of simplicity pushing into bottom lane. And honest to God, you ignore map number 1, Grubby, and let's say you're watching the VODs and you look at map 2. I honestly sit here and I go, how did Simplicity even lose map 1 at this point? Look at the map right now. Bottom lane pushed in. I mean, yes, we are going to be seeing even structures, but it does feel like the map is constantly being suffocated by the side of Simplicity, much like how 30k was doing on Alterac Pass.
Exactly, and Johanna has 12.3k XP. Tracer, 8.3. Where's the solo laning from Blaze? Tracer has more XP than Blaze. Liam has 50% less XP contribution than Johanna. So,
wow.
And of course, Liam, he did go for Adrenaline Stimpack. So he's got the classical duo laning talent. It's not that he went for Unstoppable Globes and therefore doesn't clear as fast. No, he's got Adrenaline Stimpack. Somehow, Pants has been doing much more. And then he's been joining for Teamfight a little bit fashionably late sometimes. Coming in with the Blessed Shield that in that final engagement, the most recent one, got the kill eventually on Yasu's Anduin. So, bit of a pants difference here that has led to pressure build-up, pressure removal on the side of Simplicity. Yeah, and if this is the only game you saw, you're like, wow, Simplicity's dominant. Which is the exact black and white opposite of what 30k showed last game. Well, it's the same as what they showed, just from different side.
It's just opposite sides of the coin, and this coin is looking all Simplicity for map number 2, Sky Temples. They will start sieging onto a keep through top lane. Bad Benny doesn't have full souls, 20 souls right now. I don't know, he actually did just pre-tap if you were wondering why he keeps going near the well. He did a fire stomp out, and he's going to be full on his mana. Yeah, he's got full cooldown on as well, 110 seconds at this point out of the 120 overall. Next objective phase will be the middle of the map. Boss is up and available. Quickly trying to check the Tracer vision. Li Ming just showed through mid lane. She's the only one to show right now. On the opposing side vision, only Blaze is showing that the side of Simplicity can see. And I know how much everyone wants to be able to show those two visions, but unfortunately just we're limited by what we can do in game. So we can at least kind of get you an idea of who sees what in some of these critical moments. But Either way, it is going to be Temple activating in 23 seconds, middle of the map. This should be highly contested between both teams, and one of these teams, whether it be Simplicity or 30K, if they find a couple kills, it could be Temple, and then, you know, you leave Bad Benny or Masquerade on the point, and the rest of the team rotates for Boss. We could see some decent siege here, but the execution really needs to come through. Though I look at, I say the word execution, I look at mid lane, Masquerade might be getting, no, Bad Benny's just sitting in the bush waiting for the setup. That's what it is. I thought they were looking to jump onto Masquerade.
Real deep flank from Bad Benny, and it's quite smart because he gets to pick who he wants to go on. Tychus is who he goes on, but the Polymorph and Cleanse interrupts Bad Benny's progress. He doesn't have a lot of souls. He basically gets taken out almost immediately. I mean, he does survive. They get the kill on Varian. Fantastic. Double pull on Diablo. Hey, I told you to get back here, Bad Benny. And he gets saved. 47 on the souls, 1 on the Q stacks. Simplicity, the one that actually get the temple despite losing a member, just because so much was invested in that attack. That is certainly a bittersweet moment for 30K, and also kind of a pyrrhic victory for Simplicity, because they do get many lasers, but they do have to fall back now. And Tracer, Dino, am I seeing this right? Is he starting the boss by himself? Yep.
Yarp.
Yarp,
Boss,
his favorite move.
Boss is going to be grabbed here. We were talking about Hazuab's builds earlier, and or his build for Jaina, and I do want to point out he's going to be the Ice Flows at level 7. This is actually a huge talent for a map like this, because you also get cooldown reduction when you use your Cone of Cold onto multiple heroes, or even a singular hero that is chilled. So it's really, really nice. Like I've actually survived dives because of this. Granted, though, I did have the level 4, which I believe gives you some extra shielding based off of how much damage you deal to cold targets. But I do like that for cooldown reduction. You are going to also see the Northern Exposure for level 16. There is there's the Northern Exposure, and I'm blanking on the other talent name. Numbing Blast, thank you. So Northern Exposure lowers armor. Numbing Blast is a 1-second root. So the armor reduction is what they really want here. And here we go into Tychus. Leap of Faith once again. They are going to see the Blessed Shield from the John on the flank into a few of the 30K members. That will be Pants getting hit with, oh my god, dear lord! Pulse Bomb, Apocalypse. We see 1-2 members going down. Legacy low, pops the Soothing Mist. Boss plus Bunker, and the rest of 30K will guarantee a keep in bottom lane, but will they go core 14 minutes in with a quarter of the health on the boss, maybe even a third, dare I say?
Yeah, they're going in on it. Let's see what threat there is. There's the Varian Brightwing Ming combo. Definitely enough to get kills, but who are they going to pick? That's a taunt on Blaze, but he gets pushed away by the Tornado. And the Li Ming can't get any hits in because there's other targets in between. Masquerade drops low. That's massive damage into Bad Benny. Is it going to be enough? No! He blinks away. The level 20 has been reached.
Oh,
Varian
Dino!
goes down. Dino gets the deep kill on Brightwing as well. And wow, Simplicity was doing so well. But it is 30K that gets the second game of the series, putting us at a 3-0, together with winner bracket advantage point. 3-0, we're at match point already in the grand finals. And it's not even tomorrow yet in the Netherlands.
Where did it all go wrong for the side of Simplicity? Was it a misplay through bottom? Was it Yasu, Hazu, Dino difference? I
think it's when you said Yarp, really.
30K were listening in, they were like, oh, Bahamut called Yarp, here we go. But honest to God, I need to get Justin back in here, because I was ready for us to have a Simplicity win. Where did it go so right or wrong in this map? Like, dear Lord, Justin.
Yeah, that was a crazy comeback by 30K. And they kind of highlighted what I mentioned before the game, that when you're ahead, you don't really want to take any risks because you're just going to slowly win through the objective trades. When you're behind, you really need to take that boss and just get as much value as you can with it. 30K recognizing that, they get the 1 pick mid. That was kind of what got them back into the game. They play on that objective mid. They do get the 1 kill. And while they have to give up some of the shots, they're okay with that. They finish the second half of the shots and start the boss immediately. And they kind of shark around looking for the engage. That bot fight was really well played by Bad Benny. Through most of the early game, Bad Benny was really struggling. You could tell into the Tychus especially. It was just a lot of damage, and there were not enough pulls to save Bad Benny with how much he wanted to be aggressive and go in. He would immediately get punished. They have the Varian, they have the Johanna, just really tanky members with a lot of CC. But they also have the Tychus that just shreds him if he's in. So the early game, really looking rough for 30K. They gave up a lot of the objectives early on, Simplicity doing it extremely well through that whole early game, and I was kind of expecting that 30K needed to play for level 20 with the Jaina, that might be their win condition. but they showed that they don't even need that to win the game. They get the boss, they get the 5v4, they start pushing in bottom. That engage bottom was really cool. You have Bad Benny starting the first part of the engage, immediately getting polyed, having to get pulled out immediately, and then he just does it again. So just really cool coordination between Yasu and Bad Benny on the Diavolo. And Dino honestly kept them in the game throughout the early game, even though his pick was one that was most heavily counter-picked. So big props to Dino on the Tracer to be able to make it look like a Grey main with how much macro value he was getting early. It was a really weird sort of dynamic on this map. Typically, the forts die just one at a time, and you trade shots, and both teams are getting one fort very low at a time. In this game, Simplicity was doing the normal strategy where you do take out one fort at a time, but 30k was not. 30k throughout all the early game, they didn't get any full forts until the third objective phase, while Simplicity had gotten 2 whole forts, but they had 1 full HP mid fort versus the 3 very low HP forts on the other side. And a lot of that is just because of Dino being able to get all of that split pressure, just randomly poking away at the forts and the towers whenever he can. And that plus the Liam Blaze doing that just all throughout the game meant that they actually tied up the forts after that third objective. So just a really weird way to play the early game for 30k, but it did keep them even enough in the game that they had that opportunity to fight for the objective, where they do get the 1 pick. They do that to get the boss off that advantage, and just a really sick engage bot lane to get that 2 for 0 that allows them to push in and finally close out the game. But just showing the resilience of 30k though as well, because to be in that position where it feels like you're losing the whole game, and to be able to kind of just rally and be confident in your team fight, even when things have been going poorly for Bad Benny previously, just really impressive. And they managed to win on a huge map with a Jaina and an Anduin. Heroes that when you're behind, you really can't step up anywhere on the map because you'll just get ran down. So just 30k is nuts. I don't know. Even when they're behind, they still manage to pull it back.
Jesting, I'm a little blown away. Like seriously, the trigger pull in bottom lane on that engagement, it was beautiful. Like I seriously want to go back and just keep rewatching it at like half speed or even like 0.25 just to see like all the nuance of it, because there was just so much happening all at once that I had to take a pause and be like, I just have to take in what's happening right now because this is beautiful. But what's happening right now? Oh, please, Grubby.
I was wondering like that Diablo engaged on Tychus and then he got yoinked and then he engaged immediately again. I really wonder if that was planned, like a planned move to proc minigun or to pull resources and then do it again. I think we all loved that moment.
I think it was the Brightwing poly, because that was the thing that had been shutting down his engages. Every time he went in, he would get polyed by Brightwing, and then being able to just get that gone and go back in, really nuts.
So cool.
It's been a crazy time in the series, and it's 30k who sit in the advantage slot, who might be closing season 3 of CCL out in a 4-0 against Simplicity in our best of 7, but it's not over just yet. We're gonna go to a small little break. In this break, I want you to do 2 special things. I want you to hit exclamation point prize pool. And Justin, really quickly, could you break down why exclamation point prize pool for everyone at home?
Yeah, so if we do manage to hit 20k, the big goal at the end of the season here, I will play my 14-year-old self's last like beat I made when I was really into music, and then after we know who wins, I will rap upon the beat and make my own tribute song to the winner for the award show.
Okay, so we have a tribute song potential. If we hit 20k, keep in mind that the prize pool does stay open leading into the award show. So if you're watching the VOD right now and you're like, I missed the opportunity to donate for the Justing song, you didn't. The opportunity is still available up into the award show. And speaking of award show, Justing, perfect segment, man. It's like you work on CCL or something like that. We do have an award show. It's going to be happening on January 29th at our standard HeroesCCL time. Justing and I will be hosting that with a slew of wonderful people coming through to give out some awards. But as I mentioned, we are going to be taking a short little break. When we come back, will 30k close things out, or will Simplicity start to rally and maybe we see a reverse sweep grand finals? Don't go anywhere. This is HeroesCCL presented by Wisdom. How do I get better at this game? How do I get as good as a CCL player.
Just give it up,
What were you thinking?
Bahamut. You're never gonna win.
The CCL players, they're really good. They're in CCL. So I just need the CCL merch to be as good as the CCL players. Oh man, there's some really cool stuff in here. But I don't have time to wait. I need my wins now. I'm gonna make my own CCL merch. That'll get me the wins that I need. Now that I have my own merch, I can win every single hero. Even with my own amazing homemade merch, I'm still not winning. I have to get the real deal. Oh yeah, this is, oh, gotta get one of these. Gotta get one of these. It is cold outside, so we're gonna get that new season pullover. Oh yeah. Now to purchase my game-winning apparel from HeroesCCL merch. Wow, now that I have this new HeroesCCL apparel, I might as well try out and play some Heroes of the Storm games and see if I can maybe win a little few extra. Ooh.
Yes! I'm winning! We're winning!
You can win every single game you play in Heroes of the Storm with HeroesCCL Season 3 merch. Wisdom Gaming and HeroesCCL are not responsible for any Storm League points lost or given away to enemies that are better than you. Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Wisdom. I'm still Bahamut, joined by still Justing and still Grubby. I guess you guys are kind of animated a little bit here and there. You're not actually stills, but we are getting ready for what could be the final map of the entire season of HeroesCCL. 30K has been dominant in this best of 7 series up against Simplicity. We just saw the members of 30K shut down Simplicity hard on Sky Temple, and we'll be able to find out our next map here in just a few seconds. But I gotta be honest, like, I was not expecting this to be so 30K dominant, and I thought Simplicity was gonna start rolling things back on Sky Temple. As a reminder, once we eventually see our map screen, for anyone that's wondering, this is a weighted best of 7. What does that mean? 30K move their way through the upper bracket without dropping down to said lower bracket or losing a series. So when they move into the grand finals, they get a 1-game advantage due to the fact that they didn't drop into the lower bracket. Whereas Simplicity, who has crawled their way through the bottom bracket, through our lower bracket, beating WildHeart and Storm Esports, they will still have to win 4 maps. And here we go on what could be the rally for Simplicity. They have chosen to take us to Infernal Shrines, giving first pick over to the side of 30K. This is also a unique factor because it is going to be a map pick priority from the losing side. Oftentimes it is going to be a map win that they usually go for. And I'm quickly looking to see where my stats are. I might have actually, there we go. I thought I closed them out. Either way, really quickly getting into Infernal Shrines before I get Justin to break down everything that is this map. 30K record, 2-1, 2 wins, 1 losses. Whereas Simplicity, they sit on this map with 6 wins, 0 losses. That is updated from the WildHeart matchup we just saw.
Yeah, a big reverse sweep needs to start here for Simplicity. They need to win 4 games in a row to close out this series. So this is definitely where you make it happen. It does make sense if you're 6-0 on this map. You're really confident in your gameplay on this map to kind of get that momentum back. It's really important to have momentum in a series, and after losing that last game, it's got to feel a little bit bad, but maybe not as bad as had it just been a blowout the whole game, like the Alterac game, feeling like you were in control for the majority of the game, and then just losing near the end there. Definitely doesn't feel quite as bad, so taking to a map that you're very confident on with your 6-0 record definitely makes a lot of sense for Simplicity.
And we already get rid of that Medivh. We could see some Diablo priority. The world is Bad Benny's oyster, as he could go for any sort of tank to kick things off. No Rhaegar priority available either, but it's going to be a Hanzo. And I was doing some stats before today's games, and I don't think we've seen a Hanzo played by... No, we had Hanzo in game number 1, right? On Alterac Pass?
Yep.
So this is going to be a record of 10-1 for Hazuab's Hanzo. He has won 10 times... I think it's Hanzuab's. Hanzuab's, dear lord, I tried this weekend. Anyways, still, like, I think he's always played Hanzo, and he's got a 10-1 record in CCL. That is not an easy thing to to have here. But Grubby, I do want to get your thoughts as well, because the draft is really starting to kind of evolve quickly on Infernal Shrines.
That's a win rate over 90%. That's really impressive here from HeroesCCL coming out. And, I think we could have seen a Hogger coming out here. Liam likes Hogger. They used it before. It's fantastic on Infernal. But that Johanna Diablo draft that was used against Simplicity by WildHearth, Simplicity likes it as well. Johanna to protect the Diablo. 2 amazing frontliners that cannot be ignored. Side lane and main tank. And seeing that, Leoric counters both Johanna and Diablo. So they're going to go with that rather than a Hogger. Much better solo laner here, duo laner. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Now, Justin, as we're going to get this final ban, I'm looking at the draft at 30k, and how do you feel about a Cho'Gall definitely being picked up by 30k to close out the entirety of Season 3 of CCL, right? It's all there. It's all...
This is, yep, that's exactly where you pick it. You've got your wave clear range, you've got your off lane, and your support, so...
Yeah, done!
And it's even the Leoric, so no Leoric counters coming out. Not sure if we'll see that here, but 30k might be cowardice. They might not pull out the Cho'Gall, but I do like the adaptation to take the Leoric into the Diablo Johanna being shown. They do get the Tracer, which Simplicity's had quite a bit of success with so far. I was curious what the Varian ban was for, because it is a little bit odd. That is what the ban is for. Tracer not wanting to play up into that Varian. It does make sense. The point-and-click taunt, very easy to shut down the Tracer. And we see Tyrael coming out, so almost playing a Simplicity-style draft from the previous series against Simplicity here, 30k is. I really like that 30k did opt to take the first pick Hanzo, even though it's very weird. Hanzo was very critical to Simplicity's previous series against WildHearth.
Yeah.
They got it pretty much every game. It's such comfort for the players of Simplicity, Unaverted in particular. Very comfortable on that Hanzo. So denying that, I like a lot. And once again, the Kael'thas coming out from Mene on this map. Very strange. I'm not sure if it'll get quite the same value it got in the previous game, where WildHeart's comp had very little damage. This composition from 30k has quite a bit of damage, and it also has quite a bit of range. So, while he's not going to be dodging portal engages on top of him, he is going to be having a very fast team with the Lucio move speed, the Tyrael move speed, the Wraithwalk potentially with that move speed, and the double range that kind of outranges him on the side of 30k. It might be a little bit more difficult to play Kael'thas this game than the previous one he played it in. That being said, they have very strong frontline between the Diablo and Johanna. That's very scary. They don't have the Leoric, though. That was very crucial in their previous one on this map, where they had Leoric just soloing the Shrine. Now 30k has the Leoric, and Simplicity doesn't have a single member who, by themselves, can sit on the Shrine and secure the objective while the other 4 played his zone. So it's going to be a very different dynamic. 30k using Simplicity's drafting tactics against them, potentially, in this Game 4.
Well, thank you, Justin, for the breakdown, as always, because we are here into what could be our final map in Season 3 of HeroesCCL. Let's get these teams introduced. On the side of 30k, we have got Bad Benny on the Tyrael, Hazuabs on the Hanzo, Liam on the Leoric, Dino on the Sylvanas, and Yasu on the Lucio. Over on the Simplicity roster side, in the red, we've got Legacy on the Anduin, Unaverted on the Tracer, Masquerade to play Diablo, Pants, or Fancy Pants on the Johanna, and Mene back on his Kael'thas. He's going to be a Convection Kael'thas. Oh, just kidding. He's going to be in Mana at a Kael'thas, as we immediately see Siege into top lane from the side of 30k. I've wrote down a 30k win for this map, as much as I'd love for a series to go to all 6 maps to a big, back and forth. It all comes down to one map, Grubby. I really wish that, but right now, 30k, they've got the momentum. They've got almost just the answer for anything that Simplicity sends their way, regardless of how far behind they could potentially be on a map. But what do you think about the matchup, the draft, all that good stuff in between?
Yeah, I think 30k is probably the favorite in this one, but it is a strong draft with lots of comfort picks. So let's not count Simplicity out just yet with what they have here. Kael'thas' win rate looking pretty good in CCL as well, even though some of them were against Chili Mountain. So let's see how this game is going to unfold. Now, a little bit of a look back on the previous 2 grand finals. Simplicity won both. They won Season 1 with a 4-0 score, and they won Season 2 with a 4-2 score coming from the lower bracket. So there has been a 4-0 before. There has been a 4-2 as well. Simplicity winning both. Once from winner, once from lower bracket. This time they're again from lower bracket. Now they're down 0-3. They've never been in this situation in a grand finals yet.
Back against the wall is Simplicity as we take stock around the map really quickly. It's going to be some camps to be grabbed here and there. Dino and Yasu in mid lane, they're just pushing up the wave. Okay, sorry, I was trying to see really quickly like how much more they can get into that mid lane while this camp is in bottom is being taken, but it's mostly just pressing this wave into the fort front gate. No actual siege to be had at that moment, as we do have Leoric and Joanna still brawling out in top lane. Tyrael floating around mid, Lucio as well, as Dino locks down this camp and tries to get the clear. HeroesObs is going to be able to back away from Trace. I thought he was going to be in a little bit of a bad spot. Not the case. 5 up on both sides. Good rotations. Good wave clear from either team. Diablo Souls sitting at 37 and rising. Anduin has the Chastise from level 4. Mene's Kael'thas 6 out of 20 stacks. That is an overstacking quest. You get an additional 15 mana per stack. And you also get that Arcane Barrier with a 45-second cooldown activated at that 20 mark. And then last but not least, HeroesObs. He's got 4 out of 20 on his Simple Geometry, as we are going to see our first Shrine of the game, Grubby. Mortar Punisher, top lane. What's the play for these teams?
What's the plan? What is the takeaway? We have Tracer in the top lane already. We have Unaverted there just kind of starting to clear that wave. 2 bruisers are going to be meeting one another. And it's Tracer versus Hanzo Leo right now, as Simplicity is being slowed down by Bad Benny just a bit. Menen, not sure if it's safe, or maybe more so he wants to be double laning. Now, if 30k plays this 3-1-1 split, they're gonna slow Kael'thas down so much that he can't really double lane. Even though Leoric ends up going down, I don't think that's a total loss for 30k, because they are 3-1-1, well now 2.5-1-1, and that's gonna get them structural damage potentially. They see Mene bot, and Sylvanas goes mid, but not for the expected tower attack. Instead, they're going to make use of Kael'thas being out of position, converging in a 5v4. Leoric comes back. The skeletons are looking quite fine here for 30k, and suddenly they're making this surprise turnaround play on the objective. But Simplicity is their match in anticipation. Kael'thas comes here as well. He wants to get a bit of a flank maybe with the Gravity Lapse. He does use his Flame Strike on the wave to create space and push vision. Unaverted is the first one to go down.
That's going to be the first kill for the side of 30k, as Simplicity already found first blood earlier in some rotations onto Leoric. But speaking of rotations, the positioning for Leoric and the rest is going to yield a kill into Pants. Maybe, I think that was the sacrificial rotation. I was like, or movement. I was just like, why is Joanna still running up? Well, it's mostly just to be able to say, okay, 30k, you want the kill, you have to disengage from everyone else, no?
Yasu pushed him in as well. He skirted him around the edge.
Okay.
He pushed him in. It felt like a risky push by me, but it shows what I know. He did that. It was no problem. He got chain bombed, but he was totally fine. Once he was pushed in too far already. And then everything else you said is true. It was just that little sound wave. Oh, Vernon gets taken out there by Tyrael with the smite. Benny following up on that Punisher that had a very choice stun into Diablo that accidentally clipped Tracer as well. Unlucky moment there for Unaverted. And yeah, and this is also Johanna not 100% anticipating the jump timer, though it still ended up working out. He didn't get stunned. Overall though, my, what speed, what tempo in this game for 30k already.
Grubby, I want to pick your brain on this one here, because you always have a lot of very good data to kind of break down for us. When you look at Infernal Shrines, when you play your games, or when we've looked at previous weeks of HeroesCCL, a first Punisher, how much value do you expect to get in CCL? Because I'll be honest, that was way more than I was anticipating for 30k.
Yeah, this was a Mortar Punisher?
Yes.
I expected to get between 15 to 25% damage on the fort, just because it's throwing damage around. I expect Arcane Punisher to do maybe the same, and a Frozen to get about half a fort. Though it is not uncommon to just see about a gate and only like 5 or 10%. I think 15-25% would be average. They got the whole fort. This is over average.
They also got a double kill with that, but the kills are not done just yet. High five comes onto Leoric, but he's not going to be able to back away from the burst damage of Tracer's Pulse Bomb. That does also finish out Souls for Masquerade. He does have that Soul Shield at level 1. Lightning Breath, a good value there. And take a look at that tech at level 10 for Mene right there. We're going to be seeing big old Pyro Blast for this Mene, no Phoenix for the zoning potential. Fun
Does he
fact.
want to go out with a blast here? What's the fun fact?
Fun fact, actually, about Kael'thas and Ana. So Ana has Nano Boost, which we all know as a heroic. I'm going to pause that thought because here comes a massive engage. Sanctification will be used. I think it's more of a disengage tool than anything else, though.
Yeah, kind of like a cover tool, operating under the shroud of sanctification, making sure nothing can go wrong as you follow up or disengage. Was a cool move. Lightning fast in, lightning fast out. He's 30k.
A little bit of back and forth. HoTS will finish out his simple geometry. The only little note I wanted to make here is that fun fact about the Kael'thas and Ana. So if Ana takes Nano Boost at level 10, Kael'thas goes Pyroblast like he has in this game, you can actually cast Pyroblast and then put Nano onto Kael'thas while the missile projectile is in the air, and it applies that bonus to the missile while it's still traveling. Just a little fun fact onto that one. So you can actually choose like, ooh, do I buff him now or do I just let the raw Pyroblast get the kill? Really cool factor in, and I've seen in some Kael'thas plays I've seen. But speaking of things being seen, do the members of Simplicity see what's happening in bottom lane? Because this is a free fort for 30k.
Not quite. I don't think it's going to finish off the fort by my estimation. Maybe just about. I mean, it's real close. It's practically dead anyway. Legacy Anduin, how did he end up there? They take him down. The fort survives with 1,182 HP. 30k gets another kill. And at a very nice timing for them. With 2 seconds death timer being left once the objective starts here, Bahamut.
It is just everything for 30k. While the members of Simplicity may find some moments or some shining moments on this map, it just seems like 30k just kind of eclipsed them in many of these situations. Liam will make sure that bottom lane fort goes down, passive experience gain, as well as periodic catapult pressure. Now, we're getting into another objective phase here. It's going to be a slight advance for 30k. You want to jump into 30k comms and hear how they're going to play this objective?
Yeah, let's hear from them.
In we go.
I'm pre-typing the incoming, careful.
Yeah.
On the way now. On the way now, I'm on the way now.
I'm looking to...
Kael'thas is here?
Yeah, if you get him.
Hey, Shrine, hit Shrine.
It's Shrine. I'm controlling the lane.
Pair wall stones.
Light bomb? You wasted it?
It's on me only.
I'm looking backline.
Yeah, fine.
No?
Yeah.
Backline. Huge backline. It's disgusting.
Close this guy, close this guy.
Under first. Together, Tracer.
Tracer next. Tracer next.
I'm running Tracer down.
Yeah, it's huge.
Diablo souls. Can we get Diablo souls?
Oh,
Stop floating.
I'm running down.
He's dead.
Wait, do you need me to kill him or not?
No,
I'm coming. He's high prior target. It's Masquerade.
Oh no, don't stack all the flame, guys.
I stack. We should siege mid though after. You guys should just go. I got the wave.
I have no tap actually. Wait, there's a glow.
Just go. I got the glow.
Yeah, I need mana.
Yeah, I got it.
You see, I'm struggling.
Okay.
I think we played for all walls. Like after mid wall, we got bot wall. Top wall is already dead.
Yeah.
That would be
Diablo is alive.
It's okay.
Yeah, 3 men stun at the gate.
Just get 16 guys, don't end randomly.
Oh. KT almost fine.
I'm not with you guys. Are we okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
I'm just sieging top.
Yeah, we'll do the light bomb soon.
Yeah. I'm running bot already. Hitting the ball.
We can do camps. Do all camps. Maybe yoink their camp really quick. Instead.
Hanzo on their camp, yeah. Hanzo on their camp.
Man's trying to stun.
Yeah, I'm gonna get next.
A lot to digest in those comms. My favorite, though, Grubby, is, of course, the stacking. Don't stack for a flame step or flame stomp, and someone immediately goes stacking. You can tell that 30k, they're feeling themselves here. They do not feel the pressure of the series at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's really fun to listen to, and it's fun to listen to.
Yeah,
Inclusion.
It's really hard to leave comms like 90% of the time because we do get a lot of really cool information just listening as to how the players are communicating, as well as even just like it's like, oh, we're gonna kill Diablo on top, and then you hear Hazo, he's like, do you need me? And they're like, we're killing Diablo. He's like, okay, I'm coming up to come kill him. Just like, he's like, okay, I know you guys have it, but let's speed this up a little bit, and rightfully so. They did have that Punisher, but here 16 to 14 in levels, 8 to 2 in kills, and this is looking all 30k for some pressure through bottom. Also, I want to note, Arcane Punisher coming up next for bottom lane. We should see the spawn or the announcement of that somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, around the 13-minute mark in the game.
And just for seconds, we had a 3-level lead here. That's pretty disgusting. Just like that teamfight combo by 30k. They're pushing in with shielded minions here into Tracer, Anduin, and Kael'thas, rapidly changing where they are. Mid, then bot, then mid again, then bot again. Really just floating around like a butterfly here, looking for a place to land. And Simplicity is trying to make their base an inhospitable place to land. Not always lost yet for the boys of Simplicity. They're still 5 versus 5. They still have 3 keeps. And the mantra, so long as the core isn't dead, there is still a chance. HoTS is a game of comebacks. Not just in the best of 7s is this possible, but also in the actual game. Down levels, down and forwards. However, with what we've seen so far from 30k, it's going to be anything but easy for Simplicity to do so.
16 talent here just hit for the side of Simplicity, and this could be what the bolster they needed as a team to be able to try and take a fight on an even talent here. 2 levels to go for 30k to 20 talent, and this is going to be the green light for Simplicity. Nice shield glare into the bush to check if anyone's there. Another one to check for Leoric. Now Tracer steps forward. This will be a Wraith Walk. We have Hazoabs jumping onto the camp to make sure that gets channeled. A lot of the map is getting painted blue to the side of 30k as we have 1 camp available, but it's going to be another shrine, this time through bottom lane. Going to quickly take stock of the bottom lane keep front gate. It's gone. So this is an exposed keep on the side of Simplicity if 30k can manage to grab this Arcane Punisher. And I think Simplicity, I feel like it is, I don't know if it's do or die, Grubby. I don't think that's the right terminology, but Simplicity, they gotta make something happen. I really feel like they need to initiate, pull the trigger, make something massive happen with this Pyroblast lightning. Oh my god, I'm blanking on it. Lightning Breath, there we go. Breath seems like a hard word to say. Lightning Breath Diablo. I feel like they have to go for this, but it seems like it's Simplicity who are being passive during this objective phase.
Yeah, are they thinking like, we'll lose 1 or 2 keeps, but we'll be 20 versus 22 with 1 keep? Is that the play? Because this seems like the last possible chance to mount a normal defense, because look what 30k is doing. Absolutely the right call.
Yeah.
1 more skeleton! No. This is on purpose. 39 out of 40. Now you start to let nature take its course. Let passive experience trickle in. Catch a wave here and there with safe players like Leoric catching bot wave. Get level 20, and then this turns from a keep into a core.
Yeah.
When you can push with 20 v18.
Hazoab's getting the camp with the help of Liam proxying the wave in bottom lane as Leoric. We also do have, I'm just skimming through some of the numbers right here. Hanzo's already done with his level 1. Diablo 53 souls. Kael'thas at 33 stacks. Piercing Light Chastise is at level 4 for Anduin is at 1 stack, so 1% on that spell power. And that's all the questing talents we have. But the map being pushed in, 20 talents here looming to the side of 30k. 1 scatter arrow sets it up. Some regeneration globes to be grabbed. Actually, only 1. They left 1 behind. Unfortunate. And GG's. That's it. They didn't grab the globe. Liam, you missed a globe in mid, bud. Anyways, 20 talent here is here. What do we have, Grubby, for the side of 30k pushing in?
Yeah, we're going to have Mixing Fire, being able to use High Five more often and on opponents. We've got the Bullseye Stun Arrow. There it goes. Just used for vision. We've got Holy Arena, a second longer of Sanct with bonus damage to everyone inside of it. And we've got an armor talent for Leoric with Burning Rage as well. It's called Burning Despair, and it does exactly that. The despair is writ all over the faces of Simplicity, virtually speaking, as the final moves, the final sequence potentially has begun. 30k is eyeing the core like a hungry person with the last apple. In comes a Pyroblast on Dino. He's going to receive shields, he's going to receive healing. He is fine, he has 10% life. Back gets pulled on Tracer, and 5% damage on the core. Will we see 30k inexorably push forward into that core, or will they play it safely, or perhaps even play for the feigned retreat and re-engage? They're going in. They're going in. Sanct is still available. It's up to Masquerade to interrupt the Sanctification if it comes. Should it proc effectively, that could be the end of the game for Simplicity.
There's going to be a Sanctification. Yasuo, very low, does manage to boost off of the wall. He's going to be able to back away for a few seconds, re-engaging nearly in time, and it's going to be 28% off the core of Simplicity. 30k. Back away. But Simplicity lose a keep and 28% of their core. That's not awful. They still have a level to gap here, but that kill onto Leoric will be critical for the jump in experience in heroic kills. As, really quickly, Border Punisher top lane will be our next Punisher. Roughly, I didn't look at the timer, but probably in another minute, 32 minutes.
In another 32 minutes?
A minute 30 or 2 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 32
Wow.
minutes. You know, it's this crazy new factor on Infernal Shrines. You hit 16 minutes, and then all the Punishers take 30 minutes to recast. No.
Yeah, at 48-minute mark, the next one only happens when you have Kael'thas and Tracer in one team. It's really special. I love it. But yeah, that was a really good defense by Simplicity.
Yes.
Actually insane. And we have a pause. We don't know what's going on. We're going to come back to camps for just a sec. A little bit of a lag. Looks like it's already resolved even now. We just want to make sure there's as little to worry about as possible, that everyone can play with full effectiveness. And I think we'll be joining back in soon, Bahamut.
We'll get back in the game in 3, 2, 1, and it's already been counted in. Here we go, back into map number 4 of the day. Anyways, it is just going to be bottom lane pressure continuing for the side of 30K. I gotta say, 30K are doing a fantastic job on this map. They are kind of mid-maxing their options. I really like the call, actually, for bottom lane. I mentally was kind of like, oh, 30K is going to end here, but I do like how they did kind of strategically play that. Simplicity, and I don't want to take away from them, did defend very well, but I think 30K, they are respecting the opponent. They're not trying to say, oh, we got this. We won all the other maps. Let's close things out 4-0 and GG end the season. No, 30K, they are going to play this tactically. They do not want to go to another map and even give any sort of rallying encouragement to the side of Simplicity, because the mentals do play a big factor in a long series like this. An enemy team that gets a win on a map in a series when their back's against the wall, that could be enough to rally. And 30K, they're respecting these moments. You can even see the retreat pinks coming out. Dino gets the haunting wave away.
See how everyone just says hi and then leaves? Right? Like 30K, they were strategically positioned in 5 different locations, and all 5 of their heroes are able to teleport or jump away. And they're doing it. The moment they see anyone, they immediately throw their escape out before they could even be permanently comboed by a Diablo. So if they ever get the timing wrong, Masquerade could go Hellgate, Shadow Charge, Overpower, and the attack happens here. It's a little bit predictable, seems easy to oversee for 30K. There's the interrupt on Dino's escape. Light Bomb comes in. Doesn't do enough. Looks like the escape has been made. Hanzo does take a lot of damage. They have to use Sanctification.
Yeah, they have to. I was wondering about that. I was like, ooh, is high 5 enough? Is the boostio from Lucio going to be in play? And it's not the case. So Sanctification down for the next 80 seconds. Leoric able to get a Wraith Walk out. He should be able to tap well, as we do see some pings onto that. And this is going to be a re-engage from 30K. But look at the rotation on the minimap from Sylvanas and Tyrael. They are going to be looking to maybe collapse onto Diablo here. Bad Benny rounding the corner, throws the Eldruin's Might out. Going to be targeting maybe onto Mene, as we do have Unaverted in the backline trying to make some plays. Yasu with some high fives, falling sword from the Joanna. This fight is all over the place, but keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, look at your minimap. It's free DLC. Liam, during all of this, is constantly gaining skeletal defenders. He has that Burning Despair. If he lands the Spectral Leech, he's able to just get armor, which is great up against Unaverted, and he doesn't care. He lands a massive Entomb. Liam trying to set something up. Wailing Arrow from Sylvanas. Anduin's the one to go down. Joanna to fall as well. Unaverted in the backline gets picked off by the Lucio. 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Simplicity fall as Masquerade tries to Hearth, but Masquerade, this isn't Dota. You can't Hearth in the middle of a team fight. The GGs may go out. The core will fall. Masquerade still buying a little bit of time here, but it doesn't matter. All 5 members of Simplicity will fall. Ace in the books for the side of 30K, and 30K on map number 3 in our weighted best of 7 move towards the core with a Punisher, but of course, it's not over until you get all 3 keeps. You gotta get that experience in these custom games with all of that non-existence experience, but it doesn't matter. Experience aside, kills all done, and that is gonna be Season 3 in the books for HeroesCCL, with 30K taking map 3, closing out the season in first place, Simplicity taking second, Wildheart in third, and Storm Esports in fourth. A fantastic series to close out the season. Dominance from 30K, to be blunt. I wanted a lot of maps today. I tweeted out this morning that I wanted 11 maps. I may have not gotten my wish, but I'm sure 30K are very happy with the results. And of course, let's go ahead, bring Justin back in once again to break down everything that is Infernal Shrines.
30K, absolutely very deserved. They're just such an incredible team. It feels really fitting for them to close out the series in this way in the grand finals with how dominant they've been through the entire season up until now. Just I'm proud of 30K because they've been close in previous seasons, but this was the roster that really seems to have clicked for them. They're just nuts. They very well deserved, just dominant in pretty much every game we've seen from them. The first objective, they play extremely well. They kind of did what Simplicity did to Wildheart with the Leoric. They leave the Leoric on the shrine. He can just do it by himself. They kill the Leoric, but they have to kind of wait for the Leoric to respawn before they fight. They win that objective. They win the second objective with just a ridiculous team fight where we were listening in on their comms when it happened, and it was just such a clean fight from 30K. You have Hasuabs on Hanzo calling for that arrow onto the backline. The second he arrows the backline, you have Dino on the Sylvanas eing into the backline to follow up as the Sanct comes out to negate the counter engage from Simplicity. They're just so on point with everything. Everyone's communicating everything they need to. You hear Dino talking about controlling the mid wave so that they have vision. This is the fight I was mentioning. This was just such a good fight. They call in comms like, oh, they wasted their light bomb. Immediate re-engage. The second that's called, they just dive into the backline. You get the Entomb, the Sanct to negate the Fire Breath. Anything from Simplicity just completely negated. They're such a good team. It's nuts how strong they are. And something else that was really cool in this game was Simplicity. When they gave the third objective, I think that they had thought it's not worth even risking fighting here because we're just going to go ahead and try to play this slow and get level 20, and we'll have level 20 for the next objective. But even in that situation, 30K wins on the macro front as well by saying, oh, we'll just get it to 39 and we'll just wait until we're 20 and we'll have 20 for this one. Like, we know that you're not going to come contest down level 20s or not going to contest at all when we have 39 shrine objective lead. So just on every single situation where they have an opportunity to make a skill, just macro decision between the two teams, 30K always comes out on top. Just insanely well deserved for 30K and a good way for them to finish off the season.
Looking at the storyline of 30K throughout the season, they have had so many. I had so many promising moments, and I think that is the storyline of this team, is that not only did they have promising moments and moments where they shined as a group, but they executed as a group as well in their ability just to play these wombos with like the leadership of Bad Benny. But even as we had heard on Alterac Pass, you have people like Hasuabs, who he may not be the most vocal. He's not like Liam calling out camp timers, boss timers, or even waves being pushed in. He's looking for the most critical thing that he can do, which is playing his role and setting up his role for victory with the rest of his team. I cannot give enough credit to 30K as an entire roster because they synergize so well. And credit to Nagram as well. I know Nagram is one of the but he came in for a couple of those weeks and played. I think he's a tank main and played like Brightwing and stuff like that. So it's all of 30K. It's not just this core 5 main roster. But of course, we've been singing the praises of 30K for a little bit here, and let's go ahead and bring Liam in and start singing the praises of Liam as we got him on an interview. Liam, congratulations on winning HeroesCCL Season 3. I gotta ask, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm just super happy that, you know, this season we did a lot better than the previous seasons, because I think we had a good chance previous seasons, but I'm just glad that we were able to, you know, pull through this season.
When we jumped into your comms, we heard a lot of really good communication. Bad Benny kind of leading the charge as the main tank. You were calling out a lot of camp timings, waves, Hanzoabs. I keep doing it. Hazoabs was calling out a lot of kind of setup with his role. Is that something you've developed as a team? Have you fallen into place with this? How have you developed your comms? Because they seem so clear when we jump in the latter half of the season.
Yeah, I think that we just have a good dynamic just right off the bat, because I think that, you know, Benny has a lot of experience as like a main shot caller, and it's good because that's kind of what we lacked previously. So having him as a main shot caller has been really helpful. You know, Hasu's always good for those like really important calls, like, you know, boss calls and stuff like that. And Dino has helped a lot as well with the macro. So it's been nice to have a good team comms dynamic for sure.
We definitely heard so many cool moments from you all throughout the season. But of course, we got to break down this interview a little bit further, and let's throw it over to Justin for a question or two.
Yeah, so 30K traditionally, or in the past 2 seasons, has struggled as it's come to the end of the season. What do you think is the big difference in this season where you guys were just insanely dominant from start to finish.
I think that having Benny for sure has been a big help for us, because I think having that confident tank player has sort of been what we've been lacking. Like, no disrespect to X-Ray, but he played support primarily before, so I think it was hard for him to adapt to that role. So having Benny as somebody who has so much experience as a tank player, I think has helped us a ton. That's pretty much been the main help for us that we've been needing, I would say.
Very interesting. Grubby, any questions for Liam?
A question on a personal note and a question as a team. Personal note first. It's match time. You've got your grand finals match. You've got other matches to watch in terms of Simplicity playing that lower bracket finals. Do you ever psych yourself out watching with nervous energy where you see like good plays and then you get worried about it? Do you ever worry that you don't have enough warming up going into a match like this? Or how do you get ready for a match like this, mentally and physically?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always get nervous before matches, but you just gotta try to keep calm. And I think after like the first game, after like the first few minutes, you sort of get used to it, and you just sort of, at least for me, my nerves sort of calm down after that. So you just gotta make sure you're not overthinking it too much, right? That's usually why you get nervous to begin with. So just try to keep a cool head. Physically, I just make sure I get a good amount of sleep, before I play, obviously. So that's pretty much all I do in terms of, physical preparation.
That makes a lot of sense. And then last week we heard that perhaps you were most worried about Storm. They actually ended up getting eliminated first. Were you concerned when Simplicity came up, in the sense that they are the 2x winner, they keep coming back from behind, and what if they were going to complete the Trinity? Or were you still confident, just like Dino's interview last week showed?
I mean, I was definitely confident in our team's capabilities for sure. But yeah, of course, there's definitely nerves there, and I really didn't want Simplicity to win Season 3 again. No disrespect to them. I think they're all very good players. It's just, it would kind of suck to have them, 3 times back to back to back, at least for everybody else, right? So I'm happy we were able to pull through for sure.
Congrats.
Seriously, it was a fantastic. It was a fantastic series. Like, Liam, I really can't congratulate you enough on some of these amazing moments. My favorite, I have to say, Liam, is when we jumped into your comms and you were on the battlefield and you were literally 1v3ing, and all we hear in comms is, "I'm in the back line, I'm killing them all," and I just see death ticks here and there for the kills that you were getting on that URL. So just congratulations, seriously, a monumental moment for 30K as an organization and for you as a player at HeroesCCL. And of course, we have to, for the final time in HeroesCCL Season 3, are there any shoutouts that you'd like to give, Liam? The floor is all yours.
Shout out to, my team, obviously. They played very well. This whole, past month, basically, we've been playing pretty well together. So shout out to them. Shout out to Michael Udall being a, great org owner. Shout out to Bat for all the scrims and stuff, helping out with that. Shout out to Rob for being a, great manager, great just helping out all around, basically. And shout out to you guys, of course, for putting this up. Seriously, it's been super fun to be able to play in this every weekend. It's been something I've always looked forward to. So just thank you guys for putting up the show. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for joining us, Liam. And we thank all of you, of course, for playing in CCL. We really do appreciate all the hard work and dedication you and the 30K roster, as well as all of the other teams, put into this series. But as I had mentioned, thank you for the interview. Congratulations once again. Go celebrate and have a great night, my friend.
Thank you. You guys too.
Thank you. And there is a little bit of celebration for us as well. It is the end of Season 3 of CCL. We have crowned our victor in 30K, and as I mentioned, Simplicity will take 2nd place, Wildheart taking 3rd place, Storm Esports taking 4th, and if you want to find out the other ones, I believe bracket stuff online for that one. But of course, I can't skip out on the best part of the day. We have Justin to break down the HeroesCCL Springy hot take of the day.
Yep, Springy's hot take of the day, powered by Wisdom. is coming at you right now. It's between 30k and Simplicity on Sky Temple, the game where it looked like 30k might be shaking a bit, might be falling in the series, but they didn't. So we can go ahead and get into that. So the clip begins with a 30k committing to the boss fight. They have Bad Benny go in, immediately bait some cooldowns and get pulled out. Johanna goes in with the Bless Shield onto the backline, but she's somewhat isolated. Immediately they re-engage onto the Tychus. The second that the root lands from Anduin onto that Tychus, they just snap engage once again with the APOC under it. And now they're in a 5 versus 3. Well, up until this point, they had been fairly behind in the game. This death push with the boss is what they're committing to end the game. And so now in the 5 versus 3, they're going to heal themselves up as they slowly start walking towards the core, but the boss is quite low. The tornadoes come in, which are super annoying to deal with. But they actually kind of help Liam here as the taunt gets kind of disjointed by the tornadoes. Whether that was intentional or not, it was very sick. And Masquerade a little bit far from his team here as Mene tries to make the hero play, trying to save the game, but Bad Benny blinks out at the last moment, just barely not enough damage, while Dino on that Tracer runs down the Brightwing on the other side of the fight. And with four people dead, it's an easy closeout to the game for 30k in the one game that they were looking a little bit shaky. That was 30k's worst game of the series. To put it into perspective, how good they played. That clip was from their game where they were the most behind out of all the games. So just really insane plays by 30k all day. Nuts.
I actually have a fun little tidbit about that clip right there. Bad Benny actually could have shadow charged into the tornadoes. The tornadoes for the opposing side, like a Diablo, are actually considered terrain. So with Masquerade standing where he was as the very end, Bad Benny actually could have shadow charged right into the tornadoes, and it would have actually got that stun into the wall. It still worked out for them, but a little fun fact for anyone who's a Diablo main at home, if you ever end up on Sky Temple and you're pushing towards core, you can use the wind tunnels on the enemy side as terrain. Your side, you just walk right through them or shadow charge through them. But either way, we have had a lot of action for the HeroesCCL playoff. And let's go ahead and just kind of recap everything that was playoffs. So Grubby, could you break down what we saw on the ladder bracket that kicked off this playoff couple weekends?
All 8 teams are involved in the ladder bracket. The league play serves to seed you into it. The lowest 2 ranked teams will be in that first match, and they have to play knockout phase over and over and over if they want to make it there. Chili Mountain upended expectations by going from an 8th league placement to still win against the 7th rank, but they were not able to advance past Storm. Then Storm went on a massive rampage, defeating Oxygen, leaving Diamond Hands by the wayside, and eventually making it to the top 4. But Storm fell to Simplicity with a 2-3 score. To 30k at first with a 1-3 score, and then to Simplicity, ending up in 4th place after being double eliminated. And 30k continued on their massive spree throughout the season, ending the season at a 29 map win victory and 8 losses, with the series score being 9 wins and 1. The 30k, 100% the deserving victor. They only lost 8 maps out of 37.
Wow.
They ended up winning here. Wildheart gave it a good run. They were unable to squeeze past Simplicity and got their 3rd.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 30k have been crowned the victors of HeroesCCL season. It has been an insanely awesome season, to say the least. And, of course, as always, I got to get your final thoughts here. I'm going to start with Justin. Justin, you're welcome to give your thoughts about the season, today's games, the playoffs. By all means, just any closing thoughts as we are getting ready to close out our broadcast.
So it's really been cool to see all the teams in this season progress towards the end and see who kind of comes out on top. It was nice to see the development of the different rosters. You had Wildheart kind of scaling up as the season progresses, getting that 3rd place. Storm as well, sort of scaling up, getting 4th. Simplicity didn't look great through that ending part of the season, and then also ramped up near the end here to be in the grand finals. So the whole time though, the one thing that was solid, that stayed stable, was 30k. And I think it's really good to see that team be able to maintain that control. And just all around, probably the most dominant roster from start to finish of a season that we've ever seen in CCL. 30k just looked incredible. So just best of luck to all of them in the future, because they put on quite the show today.
Great show indeed. Grubby, any closing thoughts?
Sad that it's over.
Yeah.
And it was a great season. A new winner is crowned. with Simplicity not making it this time, 30k making it, and like Justin said, the most dominant run that we have seen. It's been nice because 30k showed a lot of promise. There were moments in season 1 and 2 where we thought they might make it to the finals or otherwise, but they never went all the way, and now they have. Cool to crown a different winner, even as Simplicity's legacy will live on in the history of season 1 and 2, and making it second here, not too shabby. Great games. We get to see again some of those classical picks rising to the top of the meta all the way at the end of a season. Basically since the start of HoTS Esports, Tyrael doesn't get looked at much. Then, as the season, as the league, as the tournament progresses, he always goes up in prioritization. It's really interesting how that works. Turns out AoE and vulnerability can be really nice, plus everything else that he offers. Really cool to see some niche picks coming out this season as well. Throughout the whole season, we've not been spoiled for choice. We've seen Novas, Murkies, we've seen Samuros coming out, we've seen Abathur, Jaina now, and many other different picks. No Cho'Gall, but perhaps if we're lucky enough to see more CCL in the future, we may see a full season of Cho'Gall. You never know.
Don't get my hopes up, Grubby. I really do got to say, I got a couple quick shout-outs that I really want to say. Just thank you, of course, to all the organizations part of HeroesCCL. Thank you to Jules, our commissioner, Joseph, our producer, all of the live coordinators, all of the people who do the observation, of course, Little Patata, our main admin that you all love so very much. It has been a fantastic season of HeroesCCL. We're all sad that it's going to be ending, but of course, don't forget that we have the award show coming up this weekend, January 29th at the normal HeroesCCL time. And let me tell you this, you do not want to miss the HeroesCCL award show. A lot of great things to celebrate on that award show, and it'll be Justin and I bringing you all that action. And of course, I have one last shout out for all of you at home, and it's going to be to you, Twitch chat, the community, everyone who watches CCL, everyone who donates, lurks, give bits, subs, all that good stuff, buys merch as well. Thank you for supporting Heroes Esports. It really does mean the world to us from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure from everyone here. So, from Wisdom, from HeroesHearth, from everyone on the production crew, we thank you all for watching HeroesCCL. We'll see you next weekend for the award show. Until then, good luck in your Storm League games, and we'll see you in the Nexus. Good night.